Diyos ug makagagahom nga Amahan, salamat sa mga grasya nga among nadawat, labi na sa gasa sa kinabuhi. Hinaot unta nga kami hatagan sa gasa sa pagsabot ug mahayagan ang among hunahuna ug among gilauman, ikaw magahatag kanamo sa proteksyon. Sa mga magtutudlo, magapadayon ang ilang kinasing-kasing nga pag-alagad. Una kami sa kalipay, aron mulambo ang tinuod na gugma ug kaluoy sa matag adlaw. Ining tanan among gilauman, sa ngalan ni Jesus, Amen. Bayang magiliw, perlas sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayo minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw nang luwalhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The Department of Education, Division of TANGKUB City, in partnership with the local government unit of TANGKUB, presents ang TANGKUB, transforming advancement in the new normal, guiding K-12 learners under broadcast media, a TV-based instructional program crafted in response to the need of making education possible and accessible to students at the comfort of their homes. It covers the most essential competencies thematically layered in drama plays, which were originally written, directed, and performed by teachers to see to it that education is securely provided. This is ang TANGKUB.
It's TANGKUB, TANGKUB, TANGKUB time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tugtog na.
Ang DepEd TANGKUB City Division naghatod kaninyo sa TV-based instruction reading program para sa mga kabataan sa Key Stage 1 o mga kabataan sa Kinder, Grades 1, 2, and 3. Kini usa ka pamaagi sa pagkat-on sa pagbasa sa atong mga kabataan pinaagi sa tulunghaan sa telebisyon. Kumusta mga bata? Sa dili pa nato sugdan ng atong pagtulunan, ato usa nga balikan ang mga letra nga ato nang nakatunan. Ato nang nasayran ang letrang A nga adunay tingog nga A. Karon mga bata, atong paminawon ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang A.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Sama sa ampalaya. Abukado, atis, apa. Sama sa alindana. Ahos, asin, ug adlaw. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A.
Usban ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa letrang A. Usban na pud ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa tingog sa letrang A. Maayo mga bata! Ato usab nga nasayran ang letrang K nga adunay tingog nga K. Karon mga bata, atong paminawon ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang K.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang K. Basahon ta siya. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang K. Basahon ta siya. Sama sa kalabasa, kalamansi, kasoy ug kamyas. Sama sa kamiseta, kwento, kanta ug kwenta. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang K. Basahon ta siya. Basahon ta siya.
Usban ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa letrang K. Usban na pud ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa tingog sa letrang K. Maayo mga bata! Nasayran usab nato ang letrang O nga adunay tingog nga O. Karon mga bata, paminawon nato ang kanta mahitungod sa letrang O.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang O. Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. pasahunta siya. Oh, 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 pasahunta siya. Oh, 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 oh!
Usban ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa letrang O. Usban na pud ninyo mga bata ang paglitok sa tingog sa letrang O. Maayo mga bata! Ato nang sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw. Inyo nang nasayran ang tingog sa letrang A nga mao ang A, letrang K nga mao ang K, ug letrang O nga mao ang O. Karon mga bata, andama ug paklia ang inyong self-learning materials, page 4. Diha, inyong makita ang letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. Karon mga bata, tan-awa ang akong baba ug paminawa kung unsaon paglitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. A, K, O, ako. Paminawa ninyo og usab mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Karon mga bata, magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Atong ilitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. A, K, O, ako. Atong usbon mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Balikon na pod nato og basa mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Ato na pong usbon mga bata. A, K, O, ako. Karon mga bata, kamo na pod ang magbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Usban ninyo pagbasa mga bata. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Nabuhat na ba ninyo mga bata? Maayo! Balikon na pod nato og basa mga bata. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang A, letrang K, ug letrang O. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Usban ninyo pagbasa mga bata. Balikan na pod ninyo mga bata. Karon mga bata, basaha ang mga letra nga inyong makita sa inyong activity sheets, page 4. Hangtod sa sunod nga takna mga bata, daghang salamat, enjoy!
Nagbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Pasahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Nagbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang A.
sa dakong letrang O. Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. Basa na kita sa gamay letrang O. Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. O sama sa opisina. Oras, oras, og okasyon. O sama sa ok tagon. Utap, okra, ok uhong. Uhong! Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang O. Letrang O! Basahon ta siya. O, O, O. Basahon ta siya. O, 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 O!
Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Addition o multiplication, subtraction o ang division. Problema dali ra sulbaron, kay ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon.
Hello mga bata! Kumusta kayo sa araw na ito? Handa na ba kayo sa ating panibagong leksyon? Sa araw na ito, sisimulan natin ang ating panibagong leksyon sa Filipino. Ngayon mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng mga salita na nagsisimula sa titik K. Ang titik K na may tunog na Ngayon mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng mga larawan na nagsisimula sa titik K. Ang titik K na may tunog na Basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng kuting, kamatis, kambing, kahoy, karne, candy, corona, kuneho. Mga bata, basahin ninyo ang mga salitang makikita sa screen. Simulan na ninyo mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kuting, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kamatis, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kambing, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na kahoy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na karne, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na candy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na corona, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na koneho, magaling mga bata. Ngayon mga bata, basahin naman natin ang mga parirala na may mga salitang nagsisimula sa titik K na may tunog na. Basahin na natin ang mga parirala na makikita sa screen. Halimbawa, ang kuting. Magsimula na tayo mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kuting, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang karne, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang candy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang koneho, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kamatis, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kahoy, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang korona, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kambing, magaling mga bata. Ngayon mga bata, basahin ninyo ang mga parirala na inyong makikita sa screen. Simulan na ninyo mga bata. Ngayon, Babasahin ko ulit isa-isa ang mga parirala. Alamin ninyo kung wasto ang inyong pagbasa sa mga parirala. Kung binasa ninyo ang parirala na ang kuting at ang korona, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kahoy at ang candy, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kamatis at ang karne, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang kambing at ang kuneho, tama mga bata. Mga bata, basahin na natin ang mga pangungusap na makikita sa screen. Simulan na natin mga bata. Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang kuting ay naglalaro, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na may korona ang reyna, magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang candy ay matamis, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na malaki ang puno ng kahoy, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na candy at kamatis ang dala ni Ama, magaling! Ngayon mga bata, basahin ninyo ang tulang pinamagatang si Kuting. Simulan nyo na mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ang tula at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa tula. Si Kuting. Si Kuting, ang alaga kong pusa. Maganda, malusog, at maamo pa. Makulit at mausisa siya. Mga daga, hinahabol niya. Kahit lumabas, bumalik siya ng kusa. Mga bata, para sa inyong unang gawain, tingnan ang ibabang bahagi ng inyong tulang binasa. Basahin at sagutin ang mga tanong na inyong makikita. Isulat ang inyong sagot sa isang buong papel. Mga bata, para sa inyong ikalawang gawain, buksan ang ika-25 na pahina ng inyong Module K. At para sa inyong takdang aralin, mga bata, isulat ang titik K sa kursibong pagsulat nito. Hanggang sa muli mga bata, sana'y may natutunan kayo sa araw na ito. Paalam! Enjoy!
Daghang salamat sa inyong makanunayong pagsunod sa atong reading program ning atong tulunghaan sa telebisyon o TV-based instruction. Hangtod sa samang takna og istasyon, daghang salamat!
Hello mga bata! Maayong buntag! Ako gihapon ang iyong teacher. Ako si Teacher Mary Grace. Welcome sa atong klase sa kindergarten. Wala gihapon kitay face-to-face nga klase. Tungod kay gusto natong likayan ang coronavirus. Karong adlaw, atong katunan ang mga angay pagasundon sa mga bata sulod sa kindergarten classroom. Paminawa ug tan-awa ninyo mga bata. Na ako ipakita ninyo nga video. Tan-awa ang mga kindergarten learners nga mosulod sa ilang classroom. Atong nakita nga ang mga bata naglinya samtang misulod sa ilang classroom. Wala sila nagtinukluray. Tan-awa kung unsay gibuhat sa mga bata nga nagbitbit og payong, raincoat ug balon. Ilang gibutang ang payong sa umbrella rack o butanganan og payong. Ang raincoat ilang gibutang sa butanganan og raincoat. Ug ang balon ilang gibutang sa butanganan og balon. Karon atong tan-awon og paminawon ang sunod nga video. Nakita nato nga ilang gialsa ang mga lingkuranan. Dayon wala gyud tingog nga madungog. Mao kini ang insakto nga paglingkod. Hinayon di ay pag-alsa ang mga gagmay nga lingkuranan ay ha mulingkod. Karon mulantaw na punta og laing video. Kung motindog ang mga bata, tan-awa kung unsa ang ilang gibuhat. Gihinay-hinay na po nila og balik ang gagmay nga lingkuranan nga wala gyud tingog nga madumog. Mao ni ang insaktong buhaton sa panahon nga manindog na. Sa panahon sa storytelling o maghatag og istorya si teacher, ang mga bata moadto sa tunga didto sa may carpet, mat o banig. Tan-awa ang video kung unsay gibuhat sa mga bata. Gahinay-hinay ang mga bata sa pagbaklay paingon sa carpet. Tan-awa, wala gid sila nagtabi. Hilom kaayo ang mga bata. Naghatag ng istorya si teacher. Tan-awa kung unsay gibuhat sa mga bata. Hilom kaayo sila nga naminaw ni teacher. Wala gyud sila nagtabi. Naay bata nga gusto mangutana ni teacher. Karon, ato na sagtan-awon ang video. Nagpataas siya sa iyang kamot. Naghulat siya nga tawgon ni teacher. Mutan-aw na punta og lain nga video. Nagsinya si teacher. Ngano ka ha? Ang buot pasabot ni teacher na kinahanglan ang mga bata maghilom. Kung makakita mo sa sinyas ni teacher, ang inyong buhaton mohilom. Mao kini ang angay nga buhaton sa mga bata na kindergarten sa sulod sa classroom. Alang sa inyong dugang pagkaton, tan-awa ang mga hulagway. Ilha kung ang hulagway nagpakita ba sa mga butang nga angay pagkahimuon sa sulod sa classroom. Isulat ang check kung kini husto o angay sundon. O isulat ang ikes kung dili husto o dili angay sundon. Alang sa dugang nga buluhaton, kolore ang hulagway nga nagpakita sa angay pagkahimuon sa sulod sa classroom. ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Daghang salamat mga bata.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
Hello mga bata! Maayong buntag! Ako gihapon ang iyong teacher. Ako si Teacher Mary Grace. Welcome sa atong klase sa kindergarten. Wala gihapon kitay face-to-face nga klase. Tungod kay gusto natong likayan ang coronavirus. Karong adlaw, atong katunan ang mga angay pagasundon sa mga bata sulod sa kindergarten classroom. Paminawa ug tan-awa ninyo mga bata. Na ako ipakita ninyo nga video. Tan-awa ang mga kindergarten learners nga mosulod sa ilang classroom. Atong nakita nga ang mga bata naglinya samtang misulod sa ilang classroom. Wala sila nagtinukluray. Tan-awa kung unsay gibuhat sa mga bata nga nagbitbit og payong, raincoat ug balon. Ilang gibutang ang payong sa umbrella rack o butanganan og payong. Ang raincoat ilang gibutang sa butanganan og raincoat. Ug ang balon ilang gibutang sa butanganan og balon. Karon atong tan-awon o paminawon ang sunod nga video. Nakita nato nga ilang gialsa ang mga lingkuranan. Dayon wala gyud tingog nga madungog. Mao kini ang insakto nga paglingkod. Hinayon di ay pag-alsa ang mga gagmay nga lingkuranan ay mulingkod. Karon mulantaw na punta og laing video. Kung mutindog ang mga bata, tan-awa kung unsa ang ilang gibuhat. Gihinay-hinay na po nila og balik ang gagmay nga lingkuranan nga wala gyud tingog nga madumog. Maoni ang insaktong buhaton sa panahon nga manindog na. Sa panahon sa storytelling o maghatag og istorya si teacher, ang mga bata moadto sa tunga didto sa may carpet, mat o banig. Tan-awa ang video kung unsay gibuhat sa mga bata. Gahinay-hinay ang mga bata sa pagbaklay paingon sa carpet. Tan-awa, wala gid sila nagtabi. Hilom kaayo ang mga bata. Naghatag ng istorya si teacher. Tan-awa kung unsay gibuhat sa mga bata. Hilom kaayo sila nga naminaw ni teacher. Wala gyud sila nagtabi. Naay bata nga gusto mangutana ni teacher. Karon, ato na sagtan-awon ang video. Nagpataas siya sa iyang kamot. Naghulat siya nga tawgon ni teacher. Mutan-aw na punta og lain nga video. Nagsinya si teacher. Ngano ka ha? Ang buot pasabot ni teacher na kinahanglan ang mga bata maghilom. Kung makakita mo sa sinyas ni teacher, ang inyong buhaton muhilom. Mao kini ang angay nga buhaton sa mga bata na kindergarten sa sulod sa classroom. Alang sa inyong dugang pagkat-on, tan-awa ang mga hulagway. Ilha kung ang hulagway nagpakita ba sa mga butang nga angay pagkahimuon sa sulod sa classroom. Isulat ang check kung kini husto o angay sundon. O isulat ang ikes kung dili husto o dili angay sundon. Alang sa dugang nga buluhaton, kolore ang hulagway nga nagpakita sa angay pagkahimuon sa sulod sa classroom. Ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Daghang salamat mga bata.
Darkness breeds, fears of the unknown, but it's in the darkest skies that we see the brightest stars. The division of TANGKUB City gears up with the challenges of these changing times through its initiative, the Project STAR Solutions for Total Academic Reform, which is composed of training, academic and learning assessment, BASA, three-way approach in reading, virtual enrollment process, strategic approach in Brigada Eskwela, Balik Eskwela, Recorrida strategy, repacking of competencies, assessment online, online quarterly test, OWL's interactive learning, and 5-star classroom and school. The sheer weight and magnitude of COVID-19 is felt by 27.2 million students across the country, where the usual academic setting can no longer exist. While this fact may be stumbling block to learning, quality education is still possible for every TANGKUB stars through resiliency and flexibility.
While we are staying home and staying safe, DepEd Commons provided a complete resource of learning that though we stayed home, we were still able to browse, access and explore all the learning areas that the Department of Education prepared for us.
Ako si Bridget Candano, uyon sa gitawag nga New Normal sa Department of Education. Kabalo kami nga mga ginikanan nga kani nga gibuhat sa DepEd mao ang pinaka-the best nga solusyon para mapadayon ang insakto nga pag-eskwela ug pagkabot sa edukasyon para sa among mga anak.
Langit National High School is on the process of profiling both our teachers and students for us to be able to find out whether the school is ready for the new normal. Moreover, our teachers, they now start researching for self-directed learning materials in preparation for the next school year.
As one of the teachers, I can say that we are one with the Department of Education's commitment. Thus, alternative delivery modes of learning are embraced to be the new normal, and the advancement of technology and the internet is utilized, making learning available right at our fingertips.
Today, we transform the landscape of the learning environment of TANGKUB City Division to become resilient and flexible so it can always adapt to the ever-shifting social conditions.
The Division of TANGKUB City assures its commitment to providing quality and accessible education through timely interventions, programs, and projects.
Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao ang kailangan ng mundo upang matutong pakikipagkapwa-tao, mabuti ang loob at maginoo. Mag-aral na tayo ng ESP, mag-aral na tayo ng ESP. Sa Filipino, natuto tayo mabigas magsalita sa sariling wika, tula at kwento sa sariling bansa. Tayo na, mag-aral na tayo. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, ang O, P, R, S, T, Q, U, V, W, X, Y, at Z. Ha, 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 hi, 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 Sa Filipino, matuto tayo mabigas magsalita sa sariling wika, tula at kwento sa sariling bansa. Tayo na, mag-aral na tayo. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, ang O, P, R, S, T, Q, U, V, W, X, Y, at Z. Ha, 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 hi, 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 ha, 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 hi, 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 ha, 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 hi,
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na, halina at magkakaisa, maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay, isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan, ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa, ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na, halina sa school magsama-sama, abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na, halina at magkakaisa, maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay, isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na, halina sa school magsama-sama, abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na, halina at magkakaisa, maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay, isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina,
usab sa malipayong pagkaton. Karong adlaw aduna na usab kita bag-ong pagatunan mao ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod og batones. Dapat pag human ani nga video kabalo na mo batones ha nga kamulang. Mao kini ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod og botones. Una, pangitao ng unang botones. Course, pagsugod siya sa ubos nga bahin sa sinina. Ikatulo, gunitan ang botones. Isulod ang botones sa buho. O, kana sa pikas bahin aduna usab kanay buho. So didto isulod ang botones. Ug ikalima, buhaton kini pataas hangtod mahuman. Very good!
Mga bata, atong usbon ang mga hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod o botones.
Una, pangitao ng unang botones. Course, pagsugod siya sa ubos nga bahin sa sinina. Ikatulo, gunitan ang botones. Isulod ang botones sa buho. O, kana sa pikas bahin aduna usab kanay buho. So didto isulod ang botones. Ug ikalima, buhaton kini pataas hangtod mahuman. Very good!
Karon mga bata, lanta kita sa usa ka bulutang bata na nagtaod sa iyang botones.
Karon, adunay buluhaton nga giandam si teacher alang kaninyo. Lingini ang saktong hulagway nga giistorya ni teacher. Una, asaan na nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga magsugod sa ubos nga bahin sa sinina. Ang una ba o ang ikaduha? Sakto ang unang hulagway. Very good! Number 2. Asaan na nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga pangitaon ang unang botones? Ang una o ang ikaduha nga hulagway? Sakto! Ang unang hulagway! Wow! Number 3. Asaan na ang nagpakita nga gunitan ang botones? Asa man ana ang nagpakita nga gunitan ang botones? Kanang unang hulagway o ang ikaduha? Sakto! Ang ikaduhang hulagway. Awesome! Wow! Number 4. Isulod ang botones sa bangag or buho. Asa man ana nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga isulod ang botones sa buho? Ang una o ang ikaduha nga hulagway? Sakto ang ikaduhang hulagway. Amazing! Last number. Asaan na nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga buhaton kini pataas hangtod mahuman? Ang una o ang ikaduha nga hulagway? Wow, very good! Ang ikaduhang hulagway. Very good, kaayo! Wow! Karong adlaw inyong nakatunan
ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod ug batones. Daghang salamat mga bata ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sulod sa malipayong pagkat-on. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Goodbye!
Mapina, mag-aral na sa ating kultura, mga sariling musika, may arts at PE pa. Okay, saya, sayang kumanta, halika na humanda na dahil mapina, umawit at gumuhit-guhit, mag-exercise, pampalakas. Okay, saya ng buhay estudyante, lalo na kung tayo'y mapina, mag-aral na sa ating kultura, mga sariling musika, may arts at PE pa. Okay, saya, sayang kumanta, halika na humanda na dahil mapina, umawit at gumuhit-guhit, mag-exercise, pampalakas. Okay, saya ng buhay estudyante, lalo na kung tayo'y mapina.
Maayong adlaw mga bata! Welcome na usab sa malipayong pagkat-on. Karong adlaw aduna na usab kita bag-ong pagatun-an mao ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod ug batones. Dapat pag human ani nga video kabalo na mo batones ha nga kamulang. Mao kini ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod ug botones. Una, pangitao ng unang botones. Course, pagsugod siya sa ubos nga bahin sa sinina. Ikatulo, gunitan ang botones. Isulod ang botones sa buho. O, kana sa pikas bahin, aduna usab kanay buho. So, dito isulod ang botones. O, ikalima, buhaton kini, pataas hangtod mahuman. Very good!
Mga bata, atong usbon ang mga hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod o botones.
Una, pangitao ng unang botones. Course, pagsugod siya sa ubos nga bahin sa sinina. Ikatulo, gunitan ang botones. Isulod ang botones sa buho. O, kana sa pikas bahin, aduna usab kanay buho. So, dito isulod ang botones. O, ikalima, buhaton kini, pataas hangtod mahuman. Very good!
Karon mga bata, lanta kita sa usa ka buutang bata na nagtaod sa iyang botones.
Karon,
karon adunay buluhaton nga giandam si teacher alang kaninyo. Lingini ang saktong hulagway nga giistorya ni teacher. Una, asaan na nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga magsugod sa ubos nga bahin sa sinina? Ang una ba o ang ikaduha? Sakto ang unang hulagway. Very good. Number 2. Asaan na nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga pangitaon ang unang butones? Ang una o ang ikaduha nga hulagway? Sakto ang unang hulagway. Wow! Number 3. Asaan na ang nagpakita nga gunitan ang butones? Asa man ana ang nagpakita nga gunitan ang butones? Kanang unang hulagway o ang ikaduha? Sakto! Ang ikaduhang hulagway. Awesome! Wow! Number 4. Isulod ang butones sa bangag or buho. Asa man ana nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga isulod ang butones sa buho? Ang una o ang ikaduha nga hulagway? Sakto ang ikaduhang hulagway. Amazing! Last number. Asaan na nga hulagway ang nagpakita nga buhaton kini pataas hangtod mahuman? Ang una o ang ikaduha nga hulagway? Wow, very good! Ang ikaduhang hulagway. Very good, kaayo! Wow! Karong adlaw inyong nakatunan ang hustong pamaagi sa pagtaod ug batones. Daghang salamat mga bata ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sulod sa malipayong pagkat-on. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Goodbye!
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
TANGKUB City, simply home. This is our place, TANGKUB City. There is so much you can see. A paradise from nature's best. It's a beauty among the rest. Rich in culture and history, it has a colorful festivity. One people in harmony, one people in great revelry. TANGKUB City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A bright future of our city is at hand. TANGKUB City, simply home. 25 years of cultural fame, endless beauty in silver years. Magical symbols every Christmas, people dance in all festivals. Golden years of prosperity, we are proud of this great city. One people, one destiny. TANGKUB City is a place to be. TANGKUB City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A bright future of our city is at hand. Gearing for progress and development, people remain focused to their commitment. Preserving the tradition of good values in tune. TANGKUB City, simply call our home. TANGKUB City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done.
pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ng mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina.
Darkness breeds, fears of the unknown, but it's in the darkest skies that we see the brightest stars. The division of TANGKUB City gears up with the challenges of these changing times through its initiative, the Project STAR, Solutions for Total Academic Reform, which is composed of training, academic and learning assessment, BASA, three-way approach in reading, virtual enrollment process, strategic approach in Regala Eskwela, Balik Eskwela, Recorrida strategy, repacking of competencies, assessment online, online quarterly test, OWL's interactive learning, and 5-star classroom and school. The sheer weight and magnitude of COVID-19 is felt by 27.2 million students across the country, where the usual academic setting can no longer exist. While this fact may be stumbling block to learning, quality education is still possible for every TANGKUB stars through resiliency and flexibility.
While we are staying home and staying safe, DepEd Commons provided a complete resource of learning that though we stayed home, we were still able to browse, access, and explore all the learning areas that the Department of Education prepared for us.
Ako si Bridget Candano, uyon sa gitawag nga New Normal sa Department of Education. Kabalo kami nga mga ginikanan nga kani nga gibuhat sa DepEd mao ang pinaka-the best nga solusyon para mapadayon ang insakto nga pag-eskwela ug pagkabot sa edukasyon para sa among mga anak.
Langit National High School is on the process of profiling both our teachers and students for us to be able to find out whether the school is ready for the new normal. Moreover, our teachers, they now start researching for self-directed learning materials in preparation for the next school year.
As one of the teachers, I can say that we are one with the Department of Education's commitment. Thus, alternative delivery modes of learning are embraced to be the new normal, and the advancement of technology and the internet is utilized, making learning available right at our fingertips.
Today, we transform the landscape of the learning environment of TANGKUB City Division to become resilient and flexible so it can always adapt to the ever-shifting social conditions.
The Division of TANGKUB City assures its commitment to providing quality and accessible education through timely interventions, programs, and projects.
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior High School is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Welcome po sa Handurawan ng TANGKUB City. Oh kids, you explore first! Handuraw, which means to remember. So, pag sinabi nating Handurawan, simplihan ko lang ha kasi bata ka pa. Ito yung alaala o remembrance. So, dito, makikita ninyo ang mga remembrance, kumbaga, ng ating mga nilino sa TANGKUB City, na kung saan, mas lalo pa nating maiintindihan ang pinagmula ng ating lungsod at ng ating mga kaanak. I see. Thank you po, Miss Rhea. You're welcome, my dear.
Hey, Julia! Come here!
Okay. Excuse me po.
Look, oh! Wow! Ano kaya to, Chelsea?
Iyan? Yan ang tinatawag na ang tangkub o rice bucket. Yan ang ginagamit ng ating mga ninuno noon rito para lalagyan ng bigas.
Tangkub? Sounds like tanggub.
Yes, Chelsea, anak. Actually, ayon sa kasaysayan ng pangalan ng tanggub, galing daw yan sa salitang tangkub, which means rice bucket.
Excuse me po muna. Pupunta muna ako ng APR.
Okay po.
Tama ang sinabi ng mami niyo, mga anak. Alam niyo ba, mga anak, nung unang panahon, sabi ng lolo ko, dito daw sa ating lugar, may mag-asawang mga Subano. Nagkasalubong sila ng mga Espanyol na sundalo. Tinanong pa nga nila kung ano yung pangalan ng lugar. Dahil hindi naunawaan ng asawang Subano ang lingwahe ng sundalong Espanyol, kaya ipinagpalagay na lang nila na tungkol ito sa lalagyan ng bigas na nasa gilid ang lalagyan ang tinatanong nila. Kaya ang sagot ng mag-asawa ay tangkub. Kaya mula noon, tangkub na ang tawag sa lugar natin. Hanggang sa kalaunan, naging tanggub.
Yun po pala ang kwento ng tanggub, Daddy.
Oo, mga anak.
Buti na lang talaga at nagpunta tayo dito, Mami, Daddy. Chelsea, halika. Doon muna tayo.
Tara!
Excuse muna ka, I need to take this call. Oh, hello Roger. Napatawag ka.
Sir, sorry po sa istorbo ha, pero yun po ang dahilan ng pagtawag ko.
Kumusta bintahan ng ating mga baboy dyan?
Opo sir Lugi po tayo kasi ng 2,000 sa benta natin ngayon sir.
Ha? Paano nangyari yun? Di ba nung huling benta natin 5,000 yung tubo? Anong nangyari? Di ba malulusog naman lahat sila? Na-check natin yan bago ako pumunta dito.
Namatayan po kasi tayo ng baboy sir. Kinatay namin yung isa para matingnan kung bakit namatay. Na-discover namin ni Marlon na ang dami palang bulating fluke nito sa loob.
Grabe, ang sayang lahat ng pinaghirapan natin. Malaki-laking pera din na nawala sa atin.
Yun nga po sir Pasensya na po talaga sir, hindi na rin namin kasi sila na-report sa akin na may nagkasakit na baboy.
Wala na tayong magagawa dyan. Nangyari na ang nangyari. Magmi-meeting na lang tayo pagbalik ko dyan. Tapos pakilista na lang lahat ng figures na kailangan kong tingnan para sa ating benta at saka lugi.
Sige po sir, idadagdag namin ito sa record ngayon sir. Salamat po sa pag-intindi.
Wiga, sino yung tumawag sa iyo?
Ay naku si Roger, lugi naman kami sa benta. May mga nagkasakit at namatay na baboy dahil sa flu.
Ganun ba? Kawawa naman yung mga baboy, no?
Oo nga. Sige lang, ganun talaga. Magmi-meeting na lang kami pag-uwi natin doon.
Excuse me po, Ma'am Cha, Sir Roy. Handa na po ang ABR para sa ating video presentation. Mas lalo pa pong matutuwa ang mga bata sa makikita nila.
Sige po, Miss Ria. Tuwang-tuwa nga po sila sa nakita nila dito Lalo na po dyan sa video presentation. At saka po, para nalipos na naman siya sa buong Tanggub City.
Oh kids, tayo na! It's time for the video presentation!
Wow, Handurawan po, Daddy.
Yes, Julia!
Wow, ang ganda, Julia. Yes. Wow, Julia. Tadyaw pala ito. Wow, ang ganda, no? Oo nga. Big earthen jar sa English. No? Ang ganda. Wow. Ano, Mary? Ang dami, Julia. Yes. Ang ganda naman dito. Ang ganda.
Chelsea.
Wow!
Picture marks?
Oo.
Wow, butterfly.
Ang ganda, Julia.
Selfie tayo.
Sige.
Ang ganda, no? Picture!
Today, we will learn another lesson, and that is performing addition of integers. But first, let us define integers. Integers are numbers with no fractional part or no decimals. These are the counting numbers from 1 to 3 to positive infinity. The negative of the counting numbers from negative 1 to negative infinity. And of course, 0.
This is what we call number line, showing the positive, negative, and 0 numbers. Positive integers are numbers that are greater than 0. From 0 to the right on the number line are all positive integers and in increasing order. While negative numbers are numbers that are less than 0. From 0 to the left on the number line are all negative integers in decreasing order. 0 on the center is neither negative nor positive. Take note that if the integer is positive, it is not necessary to write positive sign. But if the integer is negative, you must write the negative sign.
On the video, we have witnessed the problem of Daddy Roy and Roger. The bintahan nila ng baboy shows the application of integers. Let us watch again that scene.
Oh, hello Roger. Napatawag ka.
Sir, sorry po sa istorbo ha, pero yun po ang dahilan ng pagtawag ko.
Kumusta bintahan ng ating mga baboy dyan?
Opo sir eh. Lugi po tayo kasi ng 2,000 sa benta natin ngayon sir.
Daddy Roy and Roger lost 2,000 on their sales. This represents the negative integer, denoting negative 2,000.
Let us watch another scene.
Paano nangyari yun? Di ba nung ulang benta natin 5,000 yung tubo? Anong nangyari? Di ba malulusog naman lahat sila? Na-check natin yan bago ako pumunta dito.
Right. On the contrary, their last sale gained 5,000. This represents positive integer. And that is positive 5,000 or simply 5,000.
How to add two integers having the same signs? Let us watch this. To add two integers with the same signs, take the absolute value of each number, add their absolute values, and keep their signs. Take note, absolute value of a certain number is the distance of a number from 0 on the number line. When we talk about distance, it is always positive. So, the absolute value of a number is always positive. For example, if we wish to add positive 10 and positive 5, or simply 10 plus 5, taking the absolute values of the integers, we have 10 and 5. Adding these two integers, we can get 15. Since the two numbers are having the same signs, both are positive, then the answer is also positive. Consequently, the final answer is positive 15 or simply 15. Do you get it? Let us try another example.
If we have negative 12 added to negative 7, taking again the absolute values, we now have 12 and 7. Add these two, we can get 19. And since the numbers are both negative, keeping their signs, the final answer is now equal to negative 19.
As easy as that. Well, it's your turn now to try. Add negative 6 and negative 8. What is the sum? Very good. It is equal to negative 14. Just add their absolute values, 6 and 8. So 6 plus 8 is equal to 14. Now since they are both negative on the given, therefore the final answer is negative 14. Now, how about adding two integers having different signs? How are we going to get the sum? To find the sum of two integers having different signs, Take the absolute value of each number, then subtract the larger absolute value to the smaller absolute value, and copy the sign of the number with the larger absolute value.
For example, negative 5 plus positive 8. First, get their absolute values. The absolute value of negative 5 is 5, and the absolute value of 8 is 8. Subtract 8 and 5, the result is 3. And since the sign of the larger absolute value is positive, copying the sign, we now have positive 3 as our final answer. How about this one? Negative 9 plus positive 2. Again, get the absolute values. We now have 9 and 2. Subtract 9 and 2, the result is 7. Since 9 is the larger absolute value and its sign is negative, copying the sign, our final answer is negative 7. It's your turn now to add different signs. Try to add positive 4 plus negative 6. Excellent! The answer is negative 2. Now how about negative 20 plus positive 25? Very good. The answer is positive 5. This time, learners, let us have a bigger chart of real-life examples for positive and negative numbers shown in our daily lives. Sea level is a good example because wherever you go, you're either above or below sea level. An example would be, if you are traveling over a mountain, you might be positive 1,375 meters above sea level. And if you are in a submarine, you might be negative 27 meters below sea level. Next is temperature. Temperature is another way where integers shown in our daily lives because temperature is either below 0 or above 0. Now, performing addition of integers, we keep in mind the rules. Were you able to get the rules explained to you earlier? Very good! Now, learners, it is time for more examples. How are we going to add positive 18 plus positive 12? Well, yes. This is adding same signs. Do you remember the rules? Applying the rules, first, we take the absolute values of the two integers. The absolute value of positive 18 is 18, and the absolute value of positive 12 is 12. Adding these two integers, we now have 18 plus 12. 18 plus 12 is equal to 30. Now, since the two given integers are having same signs, what are we going to do with the signs? Yes, we keep their signs. Since both are positive, therefore, positive 18 plus positive 12 is equal to positive 30. Now, we will give you time to try answering this next example. What is negative 9 plus negative 19? Correct! The answer is negative 28. How did we come up with the answer? This is another adding integers with same signs. First, we take the absolute values of the two integers. We have the absolute value of negative 9 is 9, and the absolute value of negative 19 is 19. Add these two numbers, we now have 9 plus 19. 9 plus 19 is equal to 28. Again, since the two integers on the given are having same signs, we will keep their signs. Both are negative. That is why Our final answer for negative 9 plus negative 19 is equal to negative 28. What about this next example? Positive 50 plus negative 13. Absolutely. This example is adding integers with different signs. Do you still remember the rules? Applying the rules, first, let us take the absolute values of the two integers. The absolute value of positive 50 is 50, and the absolute value of negative 13 is 13. Next, let us subtract the larger absolute value to the smaller value. We now have 50 minus 13. 50 minus 13 is equal to 37. Now, since the given integers are positive and negative, we will now copy the sign of the larger absolute value in our final answer. Between 50 and negative 13, the larger absolute value is 50. So, we will keep the sign of 50. 50 on the given is positive. Therefore, the final answer of positive 50 plus negative 13 is equal to, yes, positive 37. Your turn now. What is positive 11 plus negative 12? Very good. The sum is negative 1. Let us see how we get negative 1. This example is again adding integers with different signs. So first, let us take the absolute values of the two integers. The absolute value of positive 11 is 11, and the absolute value of negative 12 is 12. Next, subtract the larger absolute value to the smaller value. We now have 12 minus 11. 12 minus 11 is equal to 1. Now, since the given integers are having different signs, we will now check which among these two have the larger absolute value. Between positive 11 and negative 12, negative 12 has the larger absolute value. So this means we will copy its sign. Therefore, positive 11 plus negative 12 is equal to negative 1. What about this next example? Negative 4 plus positive 25 plus positive 15. Yes, we will be adding 3 integers. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. The rules are still the same. We will just solve it one at a time. First, we will have the negative 4 plus positive 25. Taking the absolute value of the two integers, we now have the absolute value of negative 4 is equal to 4, and the absolute value of positive 25 is equal to 25. Next, since the two integers are having different signs, we now subtract the larger absolute value to the smaller one. We now have 25 minus 4. 25 minus 4 is equal to 21. We will now copy the sign of the greater absolute value. The greater absolute value between negative 4 and positive 25 is 25. This means we will have positive sign in our sum. Therefore, negative 4 plus positive 25 is equal to positive 21. Now, we will use this sum to add the third integer. We will now have positive 21 plus positive 15. Taking the absolute value of each integer, we have the absolute value of 21 is equal to 21, and the absolute value of 15 is equal to 15. This means this time the two integers are having same signs. This means that we will add
these two numbers. We now have 21 plus 15. 21 plus 15 is equal to 36. Both given integers are positive, so we keep the signs. Therefore, positive 21 plus positive 15 is equal to positive 36. This also shows that negative 4 plus positive 25 plus positive 15 is equal to positive 36.
Now it's time to get your activity sheet in mathematics and let us answer your activity. Let us read the direction first. Answer the given question below by computing the sum of the problems and write the letter of the problems corresponding to the answer found in each box at the bottom. Who was the first English mathematician who first used the modern symbol of equality in 1557? Problem O and Problem E are already shown to you. Use this as your guide in answering other problems. Take your time in answering the activity. Now, if you have questions or clarifications, you may contact the number of the teachers printed below your activity sheet.
That's it.
We hope that you understand the concept of integers and in adding integers. Keep trying solving more problems at home involving integers. Always remember that the only way to learn mathematics is to do mathematics. Bye-bye!
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior High School is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Hey dude, I heard may educational field trip tayo.
Oh, talaga? For sure, we will learn a lot from that activity.
That's for sure. Yeah, I've got tickets for you na.
Yes, dude!
Oh, bilisan mo, malapit na magsimula yung palabas.
I'm coming!
Okay. See ya.
Hi, dude! Oh, halika na. Ano ba seat number natin?
I chose D4 for me and D5 for you.
Tara! Ang seat number natin is D4 and D5. Kaya, row D, so we have A, B, C, D, column 4 and 5. Kaya 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dun tayo.
Yeah.
Let's go, dude.
Tara.
Gusto ko tong seats na napili mo, dude.
Siyempre, pinili ko yan para sa'yo kasi alam ko, malabo yung mga mata mo.
Thanks, dude. I forgot my glasses pa naman.
You're welcome always.
Wala na.
In my point of view, kitang-kita ang impluensya ng relihiyon sa sayo na napanood natin.
Oo nga eh, talagang ang laki ng impluensya na dinala ng mga sinaunang kabihasnan ng daigdig.
I guess, hindi lang ang pagkalat ng relihiyon sa mundo ang ambag ng sinaunang kabihasnan, kundi pati na rin ang kanilang pang-araw-araw na makagamitan na may bakas pa rin sa panahon kung kailan umusbong ang mga kabihasnan ito.
I agree with you, Judy. Tara na!
Mambiasa! Delivery!
Hi! Hi! Thank you po! Okay, very much. Thank you! Thank you po, bye.
Oh, ano yan?
Ito yung abacus na ni-request ni Bunso kasi gagamitin daw nila sa klase nila.
Based on what I know, an abacus is a calculating device which was invented in China around 1300 BC.
Wow! Ang galing mo naman sa history and general info. Proud Judy here!
Siyempre, naniniwala kasi ako sa kasabihan ng wastong edukasyon ay pahalagahan. Ito ang susi sa iyong kinabukasan.
Wow! Ang galing mo naman. Hi, Kuya Alex!
Bye po. Uwi na po kami.
Ingat kayo palagi sa pag-uwi mo kayo.
Salamat po!
Mag-play ka naman ng music, dude. Sorry, naiwan ko sa bahay, dude. Ito na lang. Try mong sagutin ang mga bugtong para naman maaliw tayo. Okay, go lang. Subukan ko. Sige. Hinila ko ang tadyang, lumipad ang tiyan. Huh? Ang hirap naman yan. Ang sagot? Eh di payong. Ito, isa pa. Sige. Malambot na parang ulap, kasama ko sa pangarap. I'm confident of the answer. The answer is pillow, unan. Galing mo yeah. Tama ka, dude. Wait, saglit lang. Bakit parang tumigil yung makina ng sasakyan ko?
Oo nga. Teka, bababa ako.
Sige, please.
Tulak natin, dude.
Sige.
Dude, tulak mo na. Okay. Dude, hindi natin kaya. We need help.
Sige, hanap tayo ng tulong.
Kuya, pwede pong katulong?
Pre! Tulungan natin. Uno, dos, tres!
Ay, salamat. Kuya, thank you po. Thank you po.
Wala ka naman!
Today is another brand new day to learn math.
Are you ready? Yes! Now, have you tried watching a movie with a seat number? Or riding a bus or a plane? What have you noticed?
Right, these are what you have noticed. These are some of the applications of our lesson for today, and that is all about Cartesian coordinate plane. LV, what is a Cartesian coordinate plane, or how does it look like?
This is a Cartesian coordinate plane. It is a two-dimensional plane formed by the intersection of a vertical line called y-axis and a horizontal line called x-axis. These are perpendicular lines that intersect each other at 0. And this point is called the origin. The axis cut the coordinate plane into 4 equal sections, and each section is known as quadrant. We have quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, and quadrant 4. The quadrants are arranged in counterclockwise. The horizontal line towards the right of the origin is positive x-axis, while the horizontal line towards the left of the origin is negative x-axis. The vertical line above the origin is the positive y-axis, while the vertical line below the origin is negative y-axis.
Using Cartesian coordinates, we can mark a point or a specific location of an object in a certain place. Just like on the video, an example of coordinates or ordered pair is the seat number of Stacy and Bianca in the theater. Let us watch again that scene.
Oh, halika na. Ano ba seat number natin? I chose D4 for me and D5 for Julian. Tara!
Ang seat number natin is D4 and D5, kaya row D, so we have A, B, C, D, column 4 and 5, kaya 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dun tayo!
Yeah.
Let's go, dude!
Tara!
Gusto ko tong seats na napili mo, dude.
Usually, coordinates or ordered pair is represented by x and y, a pair of numbers enclosed in parentheses. The first number x gives the point's horizontal position, while the second number y gives its vertical position. All positions are measured relative to the origin, which coordinates are 0 and 0.
But on the situation, the seat number D4 and D5 may take as coordinates or ordered pairs, row, column. D4 stands for row D, column 4, while D5 for row D, column 5. If we apply the Cartesian coordinate plane to locate D4 and D5, note that the row is the y-coordinate and the column is the x-coordinate. So, D4, the row D, column 4, has coordinates 4 and 4, since column 4 is the x value and row D as number 4 is the y value. To plot this, just move 4 units to the right of the origin, since the x value, which is 4, is positive. Then 4 units up, since the y value, which is 4, is also positive. While D5, the row D, column 5, has coordinates 5 and 4, since column 5 is the x value and row D as number 4 is the y value. To plot this, just move 5 units to the right of the origin, since the x value, which is 5, is positive, and 4 units up, since the y value, which is 4, is also positive. In this example, the points are already located in the coordinate plane. How about if the coordinates of the point is given and we are the one to locate it in the coordinate plane?
Let us have another example. The coordinates or ordered pair 1 and 4 represents a point. 1 1 is the x value, while 4 is the y value. To locate this, we must move 1 unit to the right of the origin and 4 units up. So, the point is located in the first quadrant.
Negative coordinates tell us to go left or down. For example, we have these coordinates or ordered pair, -3, -5. To locate this, we must move 3 units to the left of the origin since the coordinate is negative, and 5 units down from the origin since the coordinate is also negative.
Hi, grade 8 mathematics! Gets niyo na ba kung ano ang Cartesian coordinate plane? Ready na ba kayo to plot the points on the Cartesian coordinate plane by yourself alone? Well, don't be in a hurry because this time we will have an elaboration of our discussion about our topic, Cartesian coordinate plane. Now, let us see if you already learned something from our lesson a while ago. Be with me in answering some questions. Are you ready? Let's start. What do you call to a two-dimensional system consists of two number lines drawn perpendicular to each other on a plane? Very good! It is called Cartesian coordinate plane, attributed to the French mathematician and philosopher René Descartes. The point of intersection of the two numbered lines is called correct! It is the origin, whose coordinates are 0 and 0. The vertical line is called, how about the horizontal line? Very good! The vertical line is the y-axis, while the horizontal line is the x-axis. Next question. Into how many parts or regions is the plane divided? And how do we call these regions? Correct! There are 4 parts or regions. It is called quadrants. We have quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, and quadrant 4. Now, let's plot some points. Plot the point whose coordinates are -5 and -4. Where is the point located? To plot this point, move 5 units to the left since 5 is negative. Then, 4 units down since 4 is also negative. So, the point is located in quadrant 3. How about this point? Where is this point located? To plot this point, move 5 units to the right since 5 is positive. Then 4 units down since 4 is negative. So, the point is located in quadrant 4. How about the point whose coordinates are 0, -2? Where is the point located? To plot this point, move 0 units. So, we're still here, since x is 0. Then, 2 units down, since y is negative, which is -2. So, this is the location of the point 0, -2, and it is located on the y-axis. Take note, if x-coordinate is 0, then the point is always located on the y-axis. How about this point for 0? Where is this point located? To plot this point, move 4 units to the right since the value of x, which is 4, is positive. Then, move 0 units. So, this is the point for 0 and located on the x-axis. Take note, if y-coordinate is 0, then the point is always located on the x-axis. Let us have another example. Now, given the points or location of the skate park, library, home, and school on the Cartesian coordinate plane, let us name the ordered pair that represents each of these points. Let us start with the library. What do you think is the ordered pair of this point? Very good. It is -1, 3. To check, from the origin, just move to the left along the x-axis until you lined up above the point representing the library. And you will stop at -1. So, -1 is the x-coordinate of the point of the library. Take note, moving to the left along the x-axis means that you are moving in a negative direction. Now, from -1 on the x-axis, move up until you reach the point of the library. You will need to move 3 units up to do that. You will be aligned with +3 on the y-axis. So, +3 or 3 is the y-coordinate. Remember, moving up parallel to the y-axis means that you are moving in a positive direction. Therefore, the point or location of the library has coordinates or ordered pair -1, 3. Since the library is located in quadrant 2, so its x-coordinate is negative and its y-coordinate is positive. How about the ordered pair or coordinates of the point of the school? Very good. It is 4, 2. To check, from the origin, just move to the right along the x-axis until you lined up above the point representing the school. And you will stop at +4. So, +4 is the x-coordinate of the point of the school. Take note, moving to the right along the x-axis means that you are moving in a positive direction. Now, from 4 on the x-axis, move up until you reach the point of the school. You will need to move 2 units up to do that. You will be aligned with +2 on the y-axis. So, +2 is the y-coordinate. Therefore, the point or location of the school has coordinates or ordered pair 4, 2. Since the school is located in quadrant 1, so its x-coordinate and y-coordinate are both positive. Now, let us proceed to the skate park. Notice that the location of the skate park is on the x-axis, so automatically, its y-coordinate is 0. Now, what is the ordered pair of the point? Correct. It is -3, 0. The x-coordinate is -3 and the y-coordinate is 0. Last but not the least, the point where home is located. What is the ordered pair of the point? Excellent! Its ordered pair is 4, 5. The x-coordinate is 4 and the y-coordinate is 5. Since home is located in quadrant 1, so its coordinates are both positive. Now that you have learned the Cartesian coordinate plane and in plotting or locating points, you are now ready to answer the succeeding activities. Please get your activity sheet in Math 8, which is all about the Cartesian coordinate plane, as I guide you on how to answer the following exercises.
Exercise 1. Your goal is to describe the location of each point by completing the table. An example is done for you. For example, a ball. The point of a ball has coordinates 4 and 2. X is 4, Y is 2, and belong to the first quadrant. Let's proceed to exercise number 2, and let us read the directions. Plot and label the following points, then determine the quadrant where the following points are located. We have point G, point A, point Y, point N, and point E.
Just take your time answering the activities. Laban, mga grade 8 mathematics, kaya mo yan. See you next time. Bye! Hi, grade 8 mathematics! Gets niyo na ba kung ano ang Cartesian coordinate plane? Ready na ba kayo to plot the points on the Cartesian coordinate plane by yourself alone? Well, don't be in a hurry, because this time, we will have an elaboration of our discussion about our topic, Cartesian coordinate plane. Now, let us see if you already learned something from our lesson a while ago. Be with me in answering some questions. Are you ready? Let's start.
What do you call to a two-dimensional system consists of two number lines drawn perpendicular to each other on a plane? Very good! It is called Cartesian coordinate plane, attributed to the French mathematician and philosopher René Descartes. The point of intersection of the two numbered lines is called correct! It is the origin, whose coordinates are 0 and 0.
Always remember that just because something is difficult doesn't mean you shouldn't try. It just means you should try harder.
Bye!
ugnayan. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang pisara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to Coco Hotel. Do you have any reservation?
Yes, I have.
Okay, ma'am. May I have your name, please?
I'm Rosalinda. I am more.
May I ask your ID, ma'am?
Okay. May have.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am Rosalinda, your room is on the 7th floor. Room 143. Breakfast is served from 6 to 9 a.m., ma'am, at the dining area. Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Excuse me, I must take this call.
No problem, ma'am. Enjoy your stay, ma'am Rosalinda. Pa-out na ako doon. Sige, gawin natin yan.
lakas mo. Sus, ikaw, ewan ko lang talaga sa'yo. Napakalakas mong kumain ng taba ng baboy. Tingnan mo yung sarili mo, nangayayat ka na naman. Mahilig ka pang magyos eh. Ewan ko lang talaga sa'yo, Purding.
Pare Koy, grabe ka si Kulding oh. Pilit ako sa pagkahiling ng pagkain ng taba ng baboy.
Oo nga, pero ano pare Koy, sa isang minuto, kaya na kumain ng 5 stick ng taba ng baboy. Aba, pare Koy, binibilang mo talaga ha.
So pare Kulding, ilan bang stick na nauubos mo sa 5 minuto? O sa isang oras kaya? Oo nga, pare Koy!
Ano po ka? Chong.
Tawahan ka din sana.
Tawahan ka lang din sana.
Oh, tapos na pala ang duty mo?
Opo pa. O siya nga pala, may nangumusta sa'yo.
Ha? Sino naman?
Itong mga gamot niyo po. O, sunod ka na lang sa bahay ha. Inom muna ako ng tubig sandali. Tapos, gagawin ito niya assignments niya.
Okay po, kuya.
Inday, ano ba yung assignments niyo?
Ito po, kuya, Identify the representative artist from various art periods.
Teka, parang may PowerPoint ako niya. Anong klase namin sa arts and literature? Wait, check.
Wow! Sige, meron kuya. Sana nga meron ka, kuya.
Mabuti na lang andito pa. Halika, share ko sa'yo itong lahat ng iba't ibang artists sa Renaissance period. Ito ang mga famous Renaissance artists. Una, si Michelangelo. Si Michelangelo ang tinaguriang greatest living artist in his lifetime.
Talaga?
A number of his works in painting, sculpture, and architecture. At ito naman ang kanyang mga artworks. Akalain mo nagawa niya si David,
Wow!
Pieta, Bacchus, at si Moses.
Ang galing naman niya, kuya.
Ang susunod naman ay si Leonardo da Vinci, ang tinaguri ang one of the greatest painters of all times.
Talaga?
Siya ang gumawa ni Mona Lisa.
Ang ganda niya, kuya.
Next, tingnan naman natin si Raphael. Si Raphael naman ay isang Italian painter, an architect whose work was admired for its clarity of form and ease of composition for its visual achievement of the interpreting the divine and incorporating Christian doctrines. Tingnan mo ang mga gawa niya.
Wow! Ang galing naman niya, kuya.
At ang panghuli ay si Donatello, an Italian sculptor who was known for his work in bas relief, a form of shallow relief sculpture. At ito naman ang kanyang mga artworks. Kuha mo?
Yes, kuya. Yan pala ang mga artist ng Renaissance period, kuya.
Ganun bunso.
Yay! May assignment na ako. Salamat, kuya.
Sige, save ko na lang ito.
Tapos na ako. Badida, ikaw naman. Kuya, yung sa akin sa math.
Bilisan mo dyan. Cellphone ka kasi ng cellphone.
Kasi kuya, ang ganda ng sapatos, Nag-sale yung Lazada. Bilan mo naman ako, kuya.
Ganda nga, kuya.
Di ka ba mabubuhay ba Diday kung di ka makakabili ng sapatos?
Mabubuhay.
Ayun na yung sagot. Want lang yan. Di mo talaga yan ni. Tsaka, ang dami pa kayang sapatos. Sitipid ka ba? Dalawa lang yung paa mo.
Ito naman, daming sinasabi. Sayang kasi naka-sale.
Di ba nga? Tipid-tipid muna tayo ngayon. Kasi napakahirap ng buhay ngayon. Buti na lang, may allowance ako sa OJT. Napakabait kayo ng may-ari ng hotel. May allowance ako. Kailangan ko pang mag-ipon para sa graduation fee ko. At mga gamot ni tatay.
Oo na, alam ko na yung linya nyo. Ginoong Baltasar, Boyet, Magtanggol.
Hayaan niyo, pag nakapagtapos ako ng pag-aaral, mabibili ko lahat ng gusto niyo. Basta magpapakabait lang kayo. At ang pangarap ni Papa na magkaroon ng malaking bahay, ako na ang tutukan nun. O, akin na yung assignments mo.
Nandito ako, Papa. Nandito si Papa. Pa! Oo, anak.
Welcome back mga grade 9 mathematics.
Today is another brand new day to learn math.
Are you ready? Yes! Now, may mga sagot na ba kayo sa katanungan ni Parikoy kay Cording? Let's watch again that scene.
Parikoy! Grabe si Colding, oh. Bilib ako sa pagkahiling ng pagkain ng taba ng baboy.
Oo nga, pero ano Parikoy? Sa isang minuto, kaya kumain ng isang 5 stick ng taba ng baboy? Aba, Parikoy, binibilang mo talaga ha?
So Parikoy, ilan bang stick na nauubos mo sa 5 minuto? O sa isang oras kaya? Oo nga, Parikoy!
Kung sa isang minuto, kayang umubos ni Cording ng 5 stick ng taba ng baboy, ilang stick ng taba ng baboy kaya ang kaya niyang ubusin sa loob ng 5 minuto?
To know if your answer is correct, stay tuned because this question is connected to our lesson, which is all about proportion. What is a proportion?
Well, a proportion is the equality of two ratios. But what do we mean by ratio? Take note, to master the concept of proportion, we must know what ratio is. Now, let us play back that scene.
Parikoy! Grabe si Colding, oh. Bilib ako sa pagkahiling ng pagkain ng taba ng baboy.
Oo nga, pero ano Parikoy? Sa isang minuto, kaya kumain ng isang 5 stick ng taba ng baboy? Aba, Parikoy, binibilang mo talaga ha?
So Parikoy, ilan bang stick na nauubos mo sa 5 minuto? O sa isang oras kaya? Oo nga, Parikoy!
Which part of the conversation ratio exists? Correct! That is the line of second Parikoy when he said, sa isang minuto, kaya niyang umubos ng 5 sticks ng taba ng baboy. We can write that using colon. This can be read as 1:5 or 1:5. We can also write that in fraction. This is 1/5 or 1/5.
Remember, we use ratios to make comparisons between two things or quantities. Another line that represents ratio is correct. That is the question of Parikoy to Cording. Ilang stick ng taba ng baboy kaya ang kaya mong ubusin sa loob ng 5 minuto? But there is a lacking info, but still we can write that in ratio form as 5 minutes is to blank or 5/blank.
To answer that question and to make the two ratios equal or proportional, let's do some analysis. Sa isang minuto, kayang kumain ni Cording ng 5 sticks ng taba ng baboy. So that is 1 minute is to 5 sticks ng taba ng baboy. Then in writing the next ratio, we have ilang sticks ng taba ng baboy kaya ang kaya mong ubusin sa loob ng 5 minuto. And that is 5 minutes is to blank. Writing proportionally, we have 1 minute is to 5 sticks is equal to 5 minutes is to blank. Analysis, 1 minute is to 5 sticks ng taba ng baboy. For 2 minutes, 10 sticks ng taba ng baboy. In 3 minutes, 15 sticks ng taba ng baboy. So in 5 minutes is to 25 sticks ng taba ng baboy. So we have 1:5 is equal to 5:25, or 1/5 is equal to 5/25.
Take note, let us be consistent in writing the proportion, especially if the case is just like this. If the first ratio is written as time is to the number of sticks, then it should be equal to the next ratio, which is also time is to the number of sticks. But if the first ratio is written as the number of sticks is to time, then it follows that the next ratio should be equal to number of sticks is to time. Take note, time should be in the same unit.
Now, the two ratios are proportion since they are equal. But how are we going to check?
Anyway, there are many ways to check if the two ratios form a proportion. Some of these are as follows. First, if the product of the means or the middle numbers is equal to the product of the extremes or the outer numbers, then the two ratios form a proportion. For example,
the inner numbers 5 and 5, their product is equal to 25. The extreme numbers 1 and 25, their product is also 25. Therefore, they form a proportion.
Another, just simplify 5/25. That is equal to 1/5. So, the two ratios are equal, meaning they form a proportion.
Another example, is 1/2 proportional to 2/4? Or is 1/2 equal to 2/4?
Correct! To check, simplify 2/4. That is equal to 1/2. Or, get the product of the means and the extreme. Since their products are the same, which is 4, then they form a proportion.
Again, proportion means the equality of two ratios. Now, it's your turn to think of some examples of proportion. In the real world, ratios and proportions are used in our daily basis. This time, learners, let us have more situations. Cooks use ratio and proportions in following recipes. Example, the amount of sugar to water in a specific recipe is 1:4. This means I can use 1 cup of sugar to 4 cups of water. To make a bigger batch of this recipe, we can use proportion to increase this ratio. We can double it by doubling the ratio 2:8. Now the two ratios 1:4 and 2:8 are still the same since they both divide in the same number. 1/4 is equal to 0.25 and 2/8 is also equal to 0.25. If we use the product of the means and the extremes, we have 1 times 8 is equal to 8 and 2 times 4 is also equal to 8. Ratios and proportions are also used in business, in dealing with money. For example, a business might have a ratio of the amount of profit earned per sale of a certain product. For example, 150 is to 1, which says that the business earned 150 pesos for each sale. The business can use proportion to figure out how much money they will earn if they sell more products. If the company sells 10 products, for example, the proportional ratio is 1,500 is to 10, which shows that for every 10 products, the company will earn 1,500 pesos. These are proportional since the two ratios divides into the same number. 150/1 is equal to And 1,500 over 10 is also equal to 150. This time, learners, get your activity sheet in mathematics and let us answer your activity. Let us read the direction first. Show and identify the following ratios as proportion or not proportion. We already have an example shown to you. Use this as your guide in answering your activity. Take time in answering your activity. Now, if you have questions or clarifications, you may contact the number of your teachers printed below your activity sheet. Good luck, learners, and God bless everyone.
That's all for today's episode. Thank you, and we hope you had fun while learning math. See you next time.
Always remember that just because something is difficult, you shouldn't try. It just means you should try harder.
Bye!
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction. Darkness breeds fears of the unknown, but it's in the darkest skies that we see the brightest stars. The division of TANGKUB City gears up with the challenges of these changing times through its initiative, the Project Star Solutions for Total Academic Reform, which is composed of training in academic and learning assessment, BASA, three-way approach in reading, virtual enrollment process, strategic approach in Brigada Eskwela, Balik Eskwela, Recorrida strategy, repacking of competencies, assessment online quarterly test, OWL's interactive learning, and 5-star classroom and school. The sheer weight and magnitude of COVID-19 is felt by 27.2 million students across the country, where the usual academic setting can no longer exist. While this fact may be stumbling block to learning, quality education is still possible for every TANGKUB stars through resiliency and flexibility.
While we are staying home and staying safe, DepEd Commons provided a complete resource of learning that though we stayed home, we were still able to browse, access, and explore all the learning areas that the Department of Education prepared for us.
Ako si Bridget Candano, uyon sa gitawag nga New Normal sa Department of Education. Kabalo kami nga mga ginikanan nga kani nga gibuhat sa DepEd mao ang pinaka-the best nga solusyon para mapadayon ang insakto nga pag-eskwela ug pagkabot sa edukasyon para sa among mga anak.
Langit National High School is in the process of profiling both our teachers and students for us to be able to find out whether the school is ready for the new normal. Moreover, our teachers, they now start researching for self-directed learning materials in preparation for the next school year.
As one of the teachers, I can say that we are one with the Department of Education's commitment. Thus, alternative delivery modes of learning are embraced to be the new normal, and the advancement of technology and the internet is utilized, making learning available right at our fingertips.
Today, we transform the landscape of the learning environment of TANGKUB City Division to become resilient and flexible so it can always adapt to the ever-shifting social conditions.
The division of TANGKUB City assures its commitment to providing quality and accessible education through timely interventions, programs, and projects.
magkakaroon tayo ng oral recitation sa susunod na tagpo. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayong lahat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, paalam sa lahat.
Ang hirap naman ang assignment natin, Tol. Oo nga, Tol. Sige, magkikinig na lang ako ng Wet and Wild FM. Baka may mapupulot akong inspirasyon kay DJ Chuchay. Okay, mahuli na muna ako, Tol. Sige, Tol.
Okay, magandang umaga din sa lahat. Kahapon ay nagbigay ako sa inyo ng inyong takdang aralin. So sa umagang ito, magsisimula na tayo sa ating gawain. Who wants to volunteer? Magbibigay ako sa inyo ng karagdagang 10 puntos. Okay, any volunteer? Yes, breathing.
Excuse me po, ma'am. Masakit po yung
Hindi niyo dapat pagtawanan ang inyong kaklase. Dahil class normal lang na makaranas ng ganung klaseng sitwasyon. Dahil mayroon tayong iba't ibang anyo ng sexualidad. Nararapat lang na igalang o irespeto natin ang bawat isa kagaya ng paggalang natin sa ating natatanging ina. Nagets niyo ba, class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Sino yung gusto mag-volunteer? Wala? Okay, yes, Mate. Ikaw yung mauna sa gawain natin.
KakaEba. Madalas marinig ang mga katagang, babae ka lang, na tila ba wala kang karapatang maging matapang. Harapin ang dulo ng walang hanggan, ng walang pag-aalinlangan. Babae nga lang ba ako? Isang Eva na hinugot sa tadyang ni Adan. Mahina sa tingin ng mundo? Kasarian nga ba ang nagdidikta ng halaga ko? Babae nga lang ba na may buwan ng dalaw? O babaeng nilikha para magsilbing ilaw? Marikit na dilag sa gabing mapanglaw. Sa madilim na mundo, siya ang tanglaw. Dahil kung kagaya ng kape, lahat ay barako. Hindi mo kaya kakailanganin ang tamis ko? Di may kakaila ang tungkuling ginagampanan. Dakila at huwaran, ilaw ng tahanan. Hindi ako basta babae lang. Espesyal, dapat igalang. Ordinaryo man sa iba, ang babae ay KakaEba.
Napakagaling, Matet! Class, bigyan natin si Matet ng aling Tunisia Club.
Very good, very good, very good!
901.9 Whip and Wild FM. Your #1 FM station in TANGKUB City. It's whipping and wild feelings time. With your Ate Hubutera, this is Cutie Chuchay. Mayroong mga tao ngayon na kabisado pa rin ang mga linya ng kanilang breakups. Bakit nga ba minsan, kahit ibinigay mo na ang lahat, tila kulang pa rin? Naranasan mo na ba ang pagsabihang, break na kayo dahil hahanapin niya lang ang sarili niya? Linyahan ba to ng mga burarat na pati sarili nila ay nawawala? O linyahan ba to ng mga taong may nakikitang kulang at iba pala ang hinahanap? Pag narinig mo na ang phrase na ito, tanggapin mo na sa sarili mo, hindi na siya babalik sa'yo. Mabuti na to kaysa mag-ghosting ka. Yung parang that person made you feel really liked you,
And then, he would just left like everything was meant for nothing. Di pa man Halloween ngayon, ang dami ng mga ghost na naglipanan. Wala naman sana tayong third eye. Ikain na lang natin ang taho para sa mga taong nangako at naglaho. Announcement! May singing contest po bukas para sa may mga golden voice dyan. Ang songs po na kakantahin for the contest ay yung mga original compositions ni Mr. Ryan KakaEba para maitampok ang mga naging ambag ng mga contemporary Filipino composers who were awarded as the national artists of the Philippines. Let's love OPM, guys! Check your time. It's 9:25 in the morning. This is still your cute Ate Hugutera, Cutie Chuchay. Guys, let's love OPM! Para sa mga may golden voice dyan, mag-sign up na kayo para counted na kayo, guys. Check your time, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. At mayroon na tayong 10 contestants na nagpa-register. Ang bilis! This is still your cute Ate Hugutera, Cutie Chuchay. We're back! And it's 11 in the morning. Still on the number 1 FM station in TANGKUB City, 901.9 Whip and Wild FM. This is still your Ate Hugutera, Cutie Chuchay. Oh, marami na palang nag-register sa ating OPM singing contest. Brought to us by PhilSCAP or the Filipino Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers. 20 contestants immediately registered after an hour. And this time, there are already 30 registrants. Patunay lamang ito na marami talagang mga Pinoy ang may gininto ang boses. Trivia tayo! Until 5 p.m. today, ilan kaya ang bilang ng mga contestants natin? Sa mga magagaling sa math dyan o magagaling sa hulaan, drop your answers at our official FB page 901.9 Whip and Wild FM. First 5 to get the correct answer will get your special prizes.
Wow! Ang aga niyo naman po, ate. Glad to see you this morning po. Ano po bang ginagawa niyo dyan?
Ay naku, Iha, nagsispray ako kasi ang daming lamok. Ganito talaga ako, Ita. Sinisigurado ko na na-disinfect ang venue bago gamitin ulit.
Wow! Ang galing mo talaga, Ate Victoria's Secret.
Ikaw talagang bata ka. Kinagigiliwan mo pang i-translate yung apelyido ko sa wikang Ingles.
901.9 Whip and Wild FM, your number 1 FM station in TANGKUB City. It's whipping and wild feelings time. With your Ate Hugutera, this is Cutie Chuchay. In few minutes, my dear listeners, you will now hear the voices of our contenders as they give colors to the originally composed songs of Mr. Ryan KakaEba.
Sa dulo ng walang hanggan, habang ikaw ay maligaya, ako'y kilos mo di mapipigil ang puso kong nahihiyak. Pinulan at kapiling ka.
Alam mo, Tol, may tula na ako. Naging inspiration ko ang Web and Wild FM.
Wow, ang galing mo naman, Tol. Siguradong tatawagin ka na ni Ma'am Tutti Frutti bukas. Mr. Tiger Woods. Leon Manggubat pala.
Pero, kidding aside, Tol, alam mo ba, kamakailan lang pala nabigyan ng pagkakataong bumoto ang mga kababaihan sa Saudi Arabia around 2015.
Parang nabasa ko nga rin yan. Idagdag mo pa ang pagbabawal sa pagmamaneho ng mga babae kung walang pahintulot sa mga kamag-anak na lalaki.
Buti na lang, Tol, at lalaki tayo at dito tayo sa Pilipinas nakatira.
Sinabi mo pa, idagdag mo pa ang menstrual cycle ng mga babae na buwan-buwan kong dumanaw.
Grade 10 Mathematics.
Today is another brand new day to learn math.
Nag-enjoy ba kayo sa aming palabas?
Magaling! There are lots of number sequences that generates pattern in the world of mathematics. But today, we'll just focus on one of the simplest number sequences. To start, let us play and watch again a scene.
Trivia tayo! Until 5 p.m. today, ilan kaya ang bilang ng mga contestants natin? Sa mga magagaling sa math dyan o magagaling sa hulaan, drop your answers at our official FB page 901.9 Whip and Wild FM. First 5 to get the correct answer will get your special prizes.
Do you already have an entry for the trivia of DJ Chuchay? Well, today, we will have the answer for that trivia as we learn another lesson, which is arithmetic sequence. What is an arithmetic sequence?
Well, an arithmetic sequence is a list of numbers with a definite pattern. It is a sequence of numbers such that the difference between the consecutive terms is constant.
On the video, we have seen a sequence of numbers. Let us watch again that scene.
Check your time, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. At mayroon na tayong 10 contestants na nagpa-register. Ang bilis! This is still your cute ating ubutera, Cutie Chuchay. We're back! And it's 11 in the morning. Still on the number 1 FM station in TANGKUB City, 901.9 Whip and Wild FM. This is still your ating ubutera, Cutie Chuchay. Oh, marami na palang nag-register sa ating OPM Singing Contest. Brought to us by PhilSCAP or the Filipino Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers. 20 contestants immediately registered after an hour. And this time, there are already 30 registrants.
We can see a sequence of numbers by the number of contestants signing up for the OPM Singing Contest. This shows that at 9 o'clock in the morning, there are 10 contestants who signed up. After an hour, it became 20. And by 11 o'clock in the morning, it became 30. So, the sequence shows 10, 20, 30.
If we take any number in the sequence, then subtract it by its previous number, the result is always the same. If we take 20, then subtract it by its previous number, which is 10, the result is 10. So with 30, if we subtract it by its previous number, which is 20, the result is also equal to 10. Since they have a common difference, which is 10, then this shows an arithmetic sequence.
Let us try to answer the trivia of DJ Chucha. Let's watch again that trivia.
Trivia tayo! Until 5 p.m. today, ilan kaya ang bilang ng mga contestants natin? Sa mga magagaling sa math dyan o magagaling sa hulaan, drop your answers at our official FB page 901.9 Whip and Wild FM. First 5 to get the correct answer will get your special prizes.
What is your answer? Correct! By 5 p.m., there will be 90 contestants. Let's do some analysis. The sequence we have is 10, 20, 30. That is from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock in the morning. Since the trivia is up to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so counting the time from 9 to 5 p.m., we have 9 sequences of numbers. Generating the pattern, which is by 10, finding the 9th number, we have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Therefore, there are 90 contestants that will sign up by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So now, are you part of the first 5 winners? Well, congratulations!
Now, look at this sequence of numbers. Does it show an arithmetic sequence? Correct! This is an arithmetic sequence since they have a common difference in all pairs of the consecutive numbers or successive numbers, which is 8. Now, what do you think is the next term in this sequence? Very good! That is 39. To get 39, just add the common difference, which is 8, to 31.
How about this sequence? Is this an arithmetic sequence? Yes. But what is the common difference? Correct. The common difference is -7. What about the next term of this arithmetic sequence? Very good. The next term is 3. To get 3, add the common difference, which is -7, to the last term, 10. So we have 10 plus -7. It is equal to 3.
Hi, grade 10 Mathinics! Nabitin ba kayo sa ating math lesson kanina? Well, don't worry, because this time, let us have an elaboration of our lesson a while ago, which is all about generating patterns and arithmetic sequence. Before anything else, make sure that your activity sheet in this lesson is now ready. Let's start! What do we mean by pattern? A pattern constitutes a set of numbers or objects in which all the members are related with each other by a specific rule. Now, try to look around. Can you see things or objects at home which involve patterns? Anyway, I'll give some examples. Spider webs form patterns. Wall and floor tiles can have attractive and predictable patterns. Simple brick patterns, like in this brickwork, are used to build all types of structures. The leaves and flowers of many plants have beautiful patterns too. Remember, we are surrounded with objects or things which involve patterns. Now, take your time to look or think of some objects around you which also involve patterns. Mathematically, how to generate patterns? Bear with me as we generate some patterns. Directions. Each item below shows a pattern. What is the next shape in this pattern? Correct! The answer is 4 triangles. Did you see the pattern? A square followed by 1 triangle, then a square followed by 2 triangles, then a square followed by 3 triangles, then a square followed by 4 triangles. What is the next set of letters? Very good! The answer is PQRS. What is the pattern? Just follow the English alphabet. A, B, C, D, E is removed, F, G, H, I, J is removed, K, L, M, N, O is removed, then P, Q, R, S. What is the next number? Excellent! The answer is 20. Why? Just add 4 to any of the term or number to get the next term or number. Like 0 plus 4 is 4, 4 plus 4 is 8, 8 plus 4 is 12, 12 plus 4 is 16, and 16 plus 4 is 20. The sets of shapes and the sets of numbers in our activity are called sequences. Since you were able to generate patterns and get the next number in a sequence, let us now give the formal definition of a sequence. A sequence is a list of things, usually numbers, that are in order. For example, this sequence. The 3 dots mean to continue forward in the pattern established. Each number in the sequence is called a term, a member, or an element. In this sequence, 1 is the first term, 3 is the second term, 5 is the third term, and so on. Take note, when the sequence goes on forever, it is called an infinite sequence. Otherwise, it is a finite sequence. This sequence is an example of an infinite sequence. And this one, the sequence of the first 4 odd numbers, is called a finite sequence since we can count the number of terms in this sequence. But this time, let us focus on one of the simplest number sequences, the arithmetic sequence. You have learned that an arithmetic sequence is a sequence where every term after the first is obtained by adding a constant called the common difference. Our example earlier illustrates an arithmetic sequence. Let's examine. Subtract the first term from the second term from the third term, and so on. That is, 4 minus 0 is 4, 8 minus 4 is 4, and so on. Since the difference is common, which is 4, we can say that this sequence is an arithmetic sequence. And to get 20, just add the common difference, which is 4, to 16. Now, let us have more examples. Determine if the sequence is arithmetic. If it is, find the common difference and the missing term. Number 1. Is this an arithmetic sequence? Correct. So what is the common difference? Very good. It is negative 3. Since 32 minus 35 is negative 3, as well as 29 minus 32 and 26 minus 29. And the missing term is excellent. That is 23. To get 23, just add the common difference, which is negative 3 to 26. So 26 plus negative 3 is 23. Number 2. Is this an arithmetic sequence? Yes, this is an arithmetic sequence, and its common difference is negative 2. Since negative 9 minus negative 7 is negative 2, as well as negative 11 minus negative 9 and negative 13 minus negative 11. And the missing term is, very good, the missing term is negative 5. To get negative 5, just subtract the common difference, which is negative 2, from negative 7. That is negative 7 minus negative 2, and that is negative 5. Third example. Is this an arithmetic sequence? That's right. This is an arithmetic sequence. And the common difference is? Very good. The common difference is 5. How did you get 5? Subtract 14 minus 9, 19 minus 14, and 24 minus 19. And the missing term is? Correct. The missing term is 29. Just add the common difference, which is 5 to 24. That is 24 plus 5. It is 29. Now that you have learned generating patterns and arithmetic sequence, you are now ready to perform the succeeding activities. Kindly open your activity sheet in this lesson. Let us read the directions. Exercise 1. Determine if the sequence is arithmetic. If it is, find the common difference. Exercise 2. Directions. Generate patterns and find the missing terms of the following arithmetic sequence. Just take your time in answering. That's all for today's episode. We hope that generating patterns for arithmetic sequence is now clear to you.
Always remember that the best way to learn mathematics is to do mathematics. Have a great day! Bye-bye!
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior High School is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Good morning! Welcome to Astral Academy's baking session with Teacher James, and together let's explore the sheer joy of baking. For our first episode, we will identify first the different tools and equipment used in baking, their uses and care, as well as the occupational health and safety in food handling. We are here at the TVLHE Laboratory of Sumirap National High School in TANGKUB City, and we will be identifying the different baking tools and equipment. For us to better memorize them, we will be categorizing them into 3. First, the measuring utensils. Next, the mixing, blending, and cutting utensils. And then lastly, the baking utensils. First, we have the liquid measuring glass, a transparent cup calibrated to indicate the amount of liquid by cup or by ml. Next, we have the measuring cup, a set of marked cups used to measure dry ingredients. Next, we have the measuring spoons, a set of spoons used to measure small amounts of ingredients. Next, we have the weighing scale, an instrument used to measure the weight of the item or ingredient. First, we have the dough cutter. A dough cutter is a tool with a sharp edge used to cut a dough. The flour sifter, used in sifting coarse or dry ingredients such as flour and sugar. The electric mixer, a motor-powered device used to stir and blend mixtures used in baking. The grater, a tool used to grate food into finer form. The mixing bowl, a hollow dish where ingredients for baking are mixed. The rolling pin, a solid elongated wood with handles at both ends that is used to flatten dough or pastry. The rubber scraper, a tool used for mixing or scraping the side of a bowl. The spatula, a flat, thin, and blunt metal used for leveling off dry ingredients and spreading icing and frosting on cakes. The wooden spoon, a tool used for mixing and stirring flour mixtures. Oven, an equipment used for baking, heating, or drying foods. A baking pan, an aluminum or tempered glass used for baking cakes. Usually, the shape of the pans used are the rectangular and the round pans. Muffin or cupcake pan, an aluminum rectangular or round pan with hollow rounds fit for cupcakes and muffins. Cookie or baking sheet, a flat aluminum sheet used for baking cookies. Like all other works, baking must also observe occupational health and safety or OHS. Occupational health and safety relates to health, safety, and welfare in the workplace, which includes the standards, laws, and programs that are aimed at making the workplace better for workers and other stakeholders. That is why we will be using personal protective equipment or PPE. The apron. Apron is a piece of clothing to protect your clothes from food mess. The hairnet, to make your hair intact and keep them from falling. Mask, to cover your mouth. Pot holders, to protect your hands from hot pans. Sanitation is also crucial in food handling to avoid contamination. That is why hand washing is very important. And because we're dealing with COVID-19 pandemic today, I will be demonstrating to you the proper way of hand washing as prescribed by the Department of Health. Proper steps in hand washing. Wet hands with water and apply antibacterial soap. Lather the soap palm to palm. Rub back of one hand with the palm of your other hand and vice versa. Rub in between of your fingers. Rub the fingernails. Rub the thumb. Rub fingertips of each hand by rotating them in opposite palm. Rinse thoroughly with clean water and dry hands using single-use towel. Remember to wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. Proper and regular hand washing is an effective way to prevent diseases. It can help prevent the spread of disease-causing viruses. That's it for our first episode. I hope you've learned something today. Watch out for our next episode, for we will be baking dinner roll. Continue learning and shine TANGKUB stars!
Do you want to become a teacher, a nurse, a soldier, a computer specialist, a tourism guide, and many more? Senior High School is your key in achieving your dreams. Senior High School covers 4 disciplines: academic track, technical, vocational, and livelihood track, sports track, and arts and design track. Senior High School is your access to employment, entrepreneurship, and higher education.
Senior High School, your access for a brighter tomorrow.
Welcome back, Masuri students. Stay tuned for this time you will learn another interesting lesson, which is about mensuration. What is mensuration? Mensuration is an act of measuring. One of the reasons why we need to measure is to help us determine how much material is needed for a certain piece of work. Through measuring the particular area, you can easily estimate the material that you need. One of the materials that has to be estimated thoroughly is the concrete hollow blocks, or CHB. And this can be done by using either of the two methods. First is the fundamental method, and the second is the area method. But this time, we will only focus on how to use the fundamental method.
Concrete hollow block, or CHB, is classified as load-bearing and non-load-bearing blocks. Load-bearing blocks are those which thickness ranges from 15 to 20 centimeters and are used to carry load aside from its own weight. Non-bearing blocks, on the other hand, are blocks intended for walls, partitions, fences, dividers, and the like, carrying its own weight, which thickness ranges from 7 to 10 centimeters. The standard hollow blocks has 3 void cells and 2 half cells at both ends, having a total of 4. Always remember that the height of concrete hollow block, or CHB, is 20 centimeters and the length is 40 centimeters. Suppose that the concrete hollow block wall has a general dimension of 3 meters high by 4 meters long. How many concrete hollow block do you think is needed to cover the area? Observe carefully. Here is how you do it.
Step 1. You have to divide the height of the wall by the height of one block of CHB. As given in the problem, the height of the wall is 3 meters divided by the height of one block of CHB, which is 20 centimeters, is equal to 15 layers of CHB. Step 2. You have to divide the length of the wall by the length of one block of CHB. The length of the wall is 4 meters divided by the length of one block of CHB, which is 40 centimeters, is equal to 10 pieces of CHB. And for us to determine the exact number of CHB, you have to multiply the answer of step 1 and step 2. So, the step 3 is, you will multiply the 15 layers to the 10 pieces of CHB, which is equal to 150 pieces of CHB. Therefore, a concrete hollow block wall with a dimension of 3 meters high by 4 meters long needs to have 150 pieces of concrete hollow block to cover the area. Here is the problem for you to answer. Determine the number of CHB required to construct the concrete wall with a height of 2.60 meters and a length of 3 meters. What do you think is the answer? If your answer is 97.50 pieces of CHB, then you are correct. How did you get the answer? Let's see. You divide the height of the wall, which is 2.60 meters, by the height of 1 CHB, which is 20 centimeters, and the answer is 13 layers of CHB. Next is, you divide the length of the wall, which is 3 meters, by the length of 1 CHB, which is 40 centimeters, and the answer is 7.50 pieces of CHB. And you multiply the 13 layers of CHB to 7.50 pieces of CHB. That's why we get the answer 97.50 pieces of CHB. Therefore, a concrete wall with the height of 2.60 meters and a length of 3 meters needs to have 97.50 pieces of CHB to construct. For us to determine how much you have learned from this lesson, kindly get your self-learning material and answer this activity.
I want you to remember the maxim of John Maxwell, which says that successful and unsuccessful people do not vary greatly in their abilities. They vary in their desires to reach their potentials. Thus, no matter how incapable you are at something, if you have the desire to be fully honed and fully molded, I believe you'll get on top. Thank you, Masuri students, and see you in the next video.
This is our place, TANGKUB City. There is so much you can see. A paradise from nature's best. It's a beauty among the rest. Rich in culture and history, it has a colorful festivity. One people in harmony, one people in great revelry. TANGKUB City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's a legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. TANGKUB City, simply home. 25 years of cultural fame, endless beauty in silver years. Magical symbols every Christmas, people dance in all festivals. Golden years of prosperity, we are proud of this great city. One people, one destiny. TANGKUB City is a place to be. TANGKUB City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join us, let's all have fun. It's the legacy that we have done. A brighter future of our city is at hand. Gearing for progress and development, people remain focused to their commitment. Preserving the tradition of good values into TANGKUB City, simply call our home. TANGKUB City is proudly celebrating milestones and beyond. A never-ending celebration, a joy for everyone. Come and join
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
We hope that you have learned the most essential lessons you need to master. See you on our next episodes. This has been Ang Tangkub.
It's Tangkub, Tangkub, Tangkub time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tutok na.
Kung gusto mong maglingaw-lingaw, mga tawag magloling hayaw, mag-joyride na. Uba na ang imong barkada, silingan o pamilya, mag-joyride na. Sinating untang palibot, mga lugar sulod sa tanggob, mag-ubanta. Silang gato makilaw, sa sanabog sa pulaw, laagunta. Labi na yun sa huyuhoy, ugnang dapit dagano kahoy, talan na. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusap, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Kung gusto ka og entertainment, for fun and for enjoyment, no problem ka. Sinagduloy among pambato, kumusayo smart kaayo, believe you ka. Panahon sab sa Disyembre, super git ka aligre, malingaw git ka. Fireworks display dagang ganahan, musidlak sa kalangitan, mapawag git ka. Christmas symbols, capital of the Philippines. Ninira na ninyo makita, friends, diba? Diri sa tanggop, maglibot tanggop kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Makita, friends, diba? Hapit sa tanggop, maglibot tanggop kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maglibot tanggop, maglibot tanggop kita. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maghihiusap, maghihigala. make life feel better.